Well, good morning. Hang on, I went just a smidge too far. There we go. Welcome to Flying with Mike. I hope y'all were able to make last night's flight, Frankfurt over to Vienna. It was a fun little flight. Unlike today, which will also be fun, but it's not a little flight. It's about a 3 hour flight, 3.5 hour from where we're at. Where are we? We are in Bali, otherwise known as Denpasar. I'm not about to go through the whole name of this airport, but it's in Bali, Indonesia. And we're headed up to Penang International in Malaysia. It's north of Kuala Lumpur. So got a little bit of a haul. Basically, if you got the email, actually, it wouldn't have been in the email, it would have been in Discord. Um, what we've been doing every so often is we'll take there's a great show, a show to me that's great, called The Amazing Race. And what they're doing, it's 12, 13, 14 teams race around the world. And we've been kind of tracking them. Granted, they're way ahead of us, but it gives me flight thoughts to where to fly to. And we're just kind of following. Now, in this flight, we should be going all the way to Dubai. That's about 3,000 miles, and that's very time consuming and a long flight. I don't mind doing them, but I just don't have the time today. So when we get into those situations, for instance, Osaka to Bali, even in the race, they broke it into two legs, the flights. Um, there were no directs from Osaka. Now, I'm not going to claim they came out of Kansai. They may have actually came out of Osaka International. Hang on a second, folks. Someone's at my door. All right, sorry for that interruption. But anyway, like I said, that's what we're tracking. We're breaking this up into 3 or 4 flights. I forget exactly how I've got it set up on my list of flights. Today, Bali up to um, Penang over to Mumbai. No, I can't remember the name of it, but then we cross over to Mumbai and then into Dubai. So, and then we'll continue with the next leg and see if we need to break that one up or fly it out. That one we may be able to fly out. I don't know. So, but anyway, it's the A330 on the line here, 900 Neo. And let's get up in the cockpit, get this bird ready to fly. As you can tell, we're getting fuel. So let's get up there. All right, here's some toolkit. We'll kind of take a look at what kind of flight we have ahead of us. Uh, Actually, it's kind of interesting. Today's flight is full. There's not a seat in the house back there. 375 sardines crammed into a tin can. Um, 82,500 pounds of payload. Kind of relative what's coming up here, block fuel. I think we're 50,500 somewhere in there. So it's a little relative in the numbers you see here, but that is our route below. The BORGI 1 departure, BORGI to UDONO, the M635 highway to VTK, which is just north of Singapore, into VJB and the arrival for Penang. Those of you that do like having traffic in the area but may not like dealing with ATC, if you live in the United States, this is a good time to fly over here. Now, I'm not going to say fly into Hong Kong. That one gonna pretty much you could fly into ATC. You can see it just north of us there in Thailand. So, but yeah, if you're not wanting ATC, this would be a good time and you would have other traffic. So, all right, and we're going to fly 38,000 and 55 on the cost index. Runway 9's preferred here. 22 is the preferred arrival today. We'll kind of look at the weather here next. Okay, and as you can see, yeah, runway 9 would be preferred. It's 100 at 100 degrees at 5 knots, 1600 feet above the ground for a scattered layer. But the it could be getting hopefully the wind keeps the air stirred enough, but there could be some fog forming here shortly. All right, down in Penang. 2-2, and the winds are the exact opposite direction. Not sure the why behind that. That may change. I mean, we should be coming in on a runway 4. Okay, I'm going to have to do it. Breaking down, there's got to be a reason. Doesn't look like it. Granted, the winds are light enough to support us coming in this way. Really don't know why. Yeah, I'm looking at charts. I really don't know the why behind runway 4 for SimBrief or 22. For now, we'll leave it. A few clouds, 1700 cumuli, and 28 degrees there as well. So beautiful days. Beautiful days ahead. 80s and 82, perfect kind of weather. We haven't come on VATSIM just yet, although something's telling me I might want to. Yeah, just so I don't lose my spot. 1339. That has happened to us so many times. Okay, so we have popped up and let's take a look real quick around the surroundings and then we're going to get going. You can see it's a little bit on the busy side. Hopefully by the time we're ready to go, it'll clear up. All right, so let's get rid of Sim. Oh, you didn't get to see that. Hang on. My bad. I cleared it for myself and forgot it doesn't clear for you right off the bat. All right, there we go. So we got a little bit of a log jam down there towards runway 9. All right, so hopefully we'll be able to do this and get this plane airborne here pretty quick. All right, so you heard the fire alarm checks for the engines. We are currently in a refuel correction. I believe they're gone. Let's take a look one more time. Yeah, the fuel trucks are gone. Good. You'll usually see 2 fuel trucks with this plane. All right, let's crank up that APU, and then we can start thinking about putting some people on board. Just looking for flap open. Once that comes around, we'll be good to go. Okay, all the lights look good there. Okay. All right, and ADers on bat. Okay, now with the APU on, we can come off external power. Okay. And I'm going to come on over here. We'll talk about this in just a second. All right, we're off our external power. Okay. And just a quick check down here. Spoilers are down, flaps are up. We'll put this on traffic, and currently we're on standby. Okay, we'll talk about the radio in a few minutes, but I know we're supposed to be getting into it right now, but all right, we'll get the radio set. All right, kind of an interesting gizmo here. I can already see you all going, holy mackerel. Actually, I like this version of it in this aircraft for ToLiss than I do the A350 from Flight Factor. And I'll show you the reasons here. Now, when you get X Pilot and you come up, you know you got to be in mode C or the controllers get very cranky with you, very disgusted, and demanding that you put it into mode C, altitude. Trying to think of other terms for it. But anyway, all you do on this one is go to ATC mode, click the line select by it, and it'll move over to auto. You're good to go. Does not matter what your TCAS mode or your display is. Okay, you'll set those later once you get ready to taxi. But overall, and you can set your squawk code if they give you one. Type it in, hit the line select, and it'll switch here. Good thing here that these are pretty much the same functions as the A350. Here's the difference. I can put the squawk code in here as well. You cannot do that on the A350 from Flight Factor. Now, the real plane, you very well might be able to. I've never even seen the real plane. Never let alone get up in the cockpit. So I don't know what's in there. But then you want to just make sure your frequencies are 122.8, 121.5, advisory and guard. Down here, If you're going to transmit, click VHF1, but since you're going to be bouncing between int and cab quite a bit, don't worry about it till you're ready to go. And then we'll get multi-scan on. He says, there it goes. Okay, and we'll leave the rest. Pretty much the rest doesn't work. The tilt will, the gain will, the radar off and on will, so will the potential wind shear, but the mode will not. And ToLiss has said that will be restored when Laminar gets the radar uh, teaser we saw a few months ago up and running fully. Okay. All right. So with that, we've done our fire check. We don't have to, okay, we got our weather. We got our squawk. We don't have any of our information in here yet. Let's get down below and get to work on it. There we go. Bear with me as I get them both kind of where I like them. Okay, so GPS primary, we're looking at 5 minutes. You can see it right here. IRS align in 5 minutes. Got Trents on, we're good for a couple more days. May 14, I think I saw one said May 15. I'm not sure exactly when the update will occur. It's coming this week, though, you can guarantee that. Okay, go to the init button. If you're tied, if you have tied your SimBrief account to ToLiss, each aircraft you have to do this with. Then you can just click request. Wait a few seconds and it will start populating. There's the initial. Now, if you fly for Virtual American, haven't tried it yet with Piedmont Virtual, you can get your gate assignment at your destination. However, you have to do it here, not in flight. Okay, and we're not flying for them today. If you watched the video, probably released Saturday-ish, watch that one from American. It would have been Fort Myers to Dallas Fort Worth. I was skeptical in the beginning, and then all of a sudden, about 200-ish or more miles out, I got a message where you see parking brake, TCAS, and all of this right here saying company message. I was like, what? And lo and behold, guess what? Went to it, and there was the gate information. All right, so we need to get charts in here so you can see how I'm getting these coordinates. Folks that fly the, oh crud, I forgot what stand I'm in. B19, thank you. So we just look forward, it's right here. So it's S South 8, 44.8, okay. South 8 degrees or 8, 44.8. East 115, 10/2. One 15, 10/2, 844/8, 844/8. All right, hit align, confirm. When this gets to 0, it will align on that coordinate. instead of what's there at the airport, wherever the center of the airport is measured at. Okay, there's our winds. Return. Go to the next page. This will be our weight page. Whoops. There we go. All right, so let's go back to weight and balance. Okay, 379.1. Let's see, 379. I'm going to go ahead and put 2. And 27.5 looks good. Block fuel 50,000. 50. You saw the numbers change ever so slightly. Okay, and now we go to F plan. Okay, now we're back to where you guys that fly Airbuses know what we're doing. Oh, I did kill it. Oh, dadgummit. Like, what did I do? There we go. Sorry about that, folks. All right, moving on. All right, so now we can pick up the pace. We just aligned our GPS. Hang on. Get that one for now. Okay, so here we go. We're at WADD. We're departing. Runway 9er. We're departing on the BORGI, Borg 1 Alpha. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, we're going on the Borg 1. I was looking at it over here on the chart. Insert. Okay, now what I've done here is I've basically blown it up here. You really should check these. I know it takes a couple minutes, but you know, if you don't, you're gonna find yourself Bango, Bip, BPOC, okay, and you're gonna find yourself with a discontinuity you weren't expecting. And then out to BORGI. Okay. Now from BORGI, rampy or undo, then rampy. And now you can pretty much just watch your gauge, your nav display here, and just see if you see anything that goes awry. Discontinuities.
Dive.
Okay.
Dive.
Okay, I for a second there thought it just skipped right over it. We'll kind of keep an eyeball on the winds, but I think we'll be okay. Let's go WMPK. Now, I'm going to bring charts in here one more time, and I want to show you how I find out what approach do I want to fly. As you look under WMPK, I can click here for the weather, show the METAR. There's the arrival sim brief gave us. Here's the approaches. If we click select, they're going to kind of give us, okay, so it looks like, oh joy, we have an RNAV 422. We do not get an ILS. Shame on them. They just must have thought that's what I wanted. All right, hang on a second. I think. Okay, there it is. Okay. So we're flying the Gorvu 1 Fox. So let's go over here. Find the RNAV RNAV Yankee. Okay. GORV 1 Fox. Okay, that matches. No transitions, no vias. Let's make sure. We do have a via possibly. Via, hang on. Via nuts. You know what? Let's just keep it and see what happens. We may have to come back. All right, temp, insert. All right. And it's going to pick up right where you were. All right, so back down here, Gorvu, Kambu, Limpu, Nusto. Oh yeah, it's turning us right onto it. That's why I was hesitant to put that on. All right, so RNIP now will go from Nusto to Igbig, and you can see we'll probably be in a constant turn. So maybe not. We may get wings level. And then end for the runway. Perfect. Everything's there. Our hold is at a done. And if we have to go to our alternate, there's that flight plan, WMKA. Boom. We're set, ready to go. That's what I meant to do, and Hey, Mustafa! Oh, what happened? Well, hey, Mustafa, welcome in. Uh, Glad to have you here. Sorry, it sounds like my stream alerts are still not alerting. Um, Sorry, also sometimes my phone dies on me. It looks like it did. So let's get back up here, close this out, switch back to ARC, and I'm going to take a look at something here real quick. He says real quick. Well, hello, Mr. Moose. Man, if you're are you the same Mustafa that's out of California? Because okay. Oh yeah, we are in an ad. Ah, good. That gets me time to get caught up here with my screens. And where did I end up with that? Okay. Get myself back in line here. Wow. Well, thank you, Mr. Patch Edwards, for the gifting of a sub to Mustafa. We sure appreciate it. And, well, that alert worked. Why didn't the other ones? I'll have to get into that here sometime, maybe today. All right, we're out of the ads. Hey, welcome aboard, Mustafa. I hope you enjoy that gifted sub from Patch Edwards. And are you the same one that streams quite a bit out of California with a bunch of other, I'll call them henchmen, but that fly out of the middle part of the state of California? Because I used to watch your stream a lot. You actually helped. Yes. Okay. I watched quite a bit. You helped get me the gumption along with Captain Mac to actually pull that trigger of go live. I thank you, sir. All right, let's get this plane in the air, shall we? Takeoff performance, that's where we're headed next after a quick check of RadNav performance. Where are we at here? 9,800 foot runway. Well, let's see what it gives us with the air conditioner on. Okay, mouse, quit being so... I'm going to install a cat for this mouse. All right, so if we flex, let's try flaps 2. Hopefully that won't be as painful. Okay, we got about 3,000 feet at the low end here. Okay, I'm going to try it, toga. All right, we'll go toga, flaps 1. That's the neat thing about these performance predictors for you, help you out. So then you can just carry right over to here, uplink, and fill in 20, oh, something tells me I should have checked the weather on it. Okay, we're good. Tuna be 1009. Just fill in the data, 94, 90 at 6. That's not bad. 090 diagonal 6. Ah! You gotta click the line select before going to the next. All right, and we said 6. Okay. Dry runway. Hang on, first officer's on deck, tin hut. Oh, it was funny. She's walking up the hallway from lunch going, night, 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 night. Gets to me and is like, just dead silence. And then she finally starts saying it again. Oh, you got to love 1-year-olds. Ah, the granddaughter. All right, we're going flaps 1, so we can leave that alone. Let's request. Give it a second, it'll pop it up. All right, and what we came up with was 141, 141, 144. And we're not going flaps 3. Sorry, folks. There we go. Maybe I can change it here. There we go. Okay, yeah, we're going flaps 1. All right, and we're going to go 145, 148. Okay, we're ready here. While I'm here, see if it'll work pretty decent. I'll explain why I put things in auto here in a second. other than the right side doors, if you put things in auto, once we get into the gate up in Penang, it will go through what I like to say, here comes the clowns. I mean, here comes the parade. The first rear um, loader, then your front door, then your front cargo loader, and then finally a baggage loader for the bulk door. So it's a little parade of sorts that starts up. So we got that to work. Good. That was easy. All right, let's take a look and get our ACARS running. See if I'll have to log into that. When it decides to wake up. Oh, I don't have to log in. Isn't that so nice? Just so special. Okay, it's connected and we should get the word flight plan found. Nice. All right, and then I'm sorry, I'm one of those that don't trust computers. And here I am flying one. What a dichotomy. All right, so there we are in Indonesia. Cool, cool. And we're in the boarding process, so we're ready to go. Let's finish up this checklist real quick. Okay. Cockpit lights as required. They're already set. We're ready for pushback. Let's get beacons on. All right, and oh, I could have clicked it here. I thought it was something. I thought it was saying something else. That's what I get for thinking. All right, let's get to work and get this plane airborne. Azul, welcome aboard. I'm just checking through here. All right, chalks off.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
I want to go home.
Ground to cockpit. TOW is driving up. Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. Face west. Yeah, Bali traffic, Clipper 1339, pushing back, Bravo 19, face west.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
I was just informed the first officer, our 1-year-old, one of our grandchildren, 1-year-old, immediately went to sleep as soon as put in the crib. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got a light off. Oh, no, we don't. That's just build pressure. There we go. Now we got the light off. Oh, this is the only thing aggravating is the screen moving up and down. All right, width available. Let's crank up number uno.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
All right, we're getting close to the avail on engine number uno. Okay, go ahead, disconnect. Timer started. All right,
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
okay. Perfect. There's what we're looking for. Our pins are released. Okay. I wanted to go here. There we go. 2.6, 2.6 up. You knew that was coming. All right, we're ready to go. Spoilers are set. Auto brakes are going to max. Takeoff check here. Click and click. All good. Okay, and APU should be spooling down. Here we go. And Bali traffic Clipper 1339 heavy, taxi to runway 9. Let's say that almost looked like a runway there. All right, let's start cranking up our weather radar, terrain radar. Come on. Okay, so we're ready to go. Rudder trim transponder, TARA, and the only critique I have is I kind of wish, as in the case of the A350, this would pop out. It's like we have some weather to climb around. All right. See how long my phone stays alive this time. All right, again, there will be no stream. I know the reason I kind of repeat myself a lot here, twofold. Hang on a second. Most people know I pretty much streamed every day. And all right, head to work. Enjoy, Mustafa. Glad to meet you again. Glad to see you around. Thanks for the follow, and hope to see you more often. And we'll try and catch a stream or two of you here soon. Thanks for stopping by.
Bali traffic line Inter 613 on stands 21 Boeing 737. Commencing push back and stop facing west. Aspect Papa 7 and Inter 613.
And Bali traffic, Clipper 1339 heavy departing 9. All right, first off, chrono on, lights. Here we go. Toga. Okay, 120. V1. Rotate. And we got a positive rate. Let's get that gear up. Oh, yeah. And away we go. Into the clouds. Okay, let's unarm our spoilers. Okay. All right, flaps are up. We're on our way.
Bali traffic line Inter 613, taxi runway 09er, holding point number 7, Taxi via Papa and Papa 7, line inter 613 Bali traffic.
Oh, I thought I turned that off. Dang it. Ah, that's what I get for thinking. Okay, I don't see any altitude restrictions. I stand corrected. I missed that one. Okay. I sure did miss that one. Oh, okay. Misread that radio gauge. Okay. All right, now we're getting ready to make the turn and head to Bimov. We'll hang at 9,000 feet here for a little. But I hope you enjoyed. Again, thanks, Mustafa, for coming along. Thank Patch Edwards for the gift sub. Sure appreciate it. And we're going to be, oh, let's put the timer up here. Where is it?
Bali traffic, line
Where did it go? Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay, once we cross, here, let me just show you on the nav display. Bimov, we're going to start a climb to 16,000 feet. And then at that point, we'll clear it up to go. That is weird. Well, then again, this is, again, like I talked about last night, you're in a different country. So different, expect different things. You don't expect them to hold us at 16,000 feet for nearly 30 miles. So, yeah. But the way and how heavy the traffic is just may have to. Into the clouds we go again.
Bali ka regular, Inter 61, passing 3,000 feet, continue flying to Alpha 360, following Open 1, Bravo Departure, Inter 613, Bali traffic. Last call.
That is just flat out wow. Oh man, does that look good. Ah, Chewie, you put us in hyperspace too quick. Well, we are on our way. We've got got some altitude still to get here, but we've got about 2 hours 53 minutes according to the airline. We'll check in with Sim Toolkit here shortly, But welcome aboard. We are flying from Bali to Penang in Malaysia. It's north of Kuala Lumpur. It's about a 1,200, 1,300 mile flight in the amazing race that we're doing. If you ever watch the show Amazing Race, now I don't know if it's shown internationally or not, because I know most of the crowd that would be probably on right now are either on the west coast of the US or international. But anyway, it's a race on CBS, and they race what, a dozen to 14, 15 teams around the world. Each leg, you drop one of those teams off. The first one to the finish line wins $1 million, I think it is. Anyway, along the way, they're going around the world. Well, we're right now starting in the leg they did from Bali to Dubai. Now, they went more direct than we will. We're mainly because of time. We're not flying the direct flight. We're going to bust it up into chunks, bite-sized chunks, if you will. About 1,200 miles each, roughly. And the first leg of that will be to Penang. Then we're on the east coast of India, then the west coast of India, and then we dump into Dubai. So it just gives me, and it's a great show that I enjoy watching, just gives me some great ideas of where to fly. And then after we get into Dubai, then we'll head up to the next leg. And then from there to wherever the next leg went, and so forth. And it actually gets kind of fun to watch. For me, it used to be the how to get from Bali to Dubai. Well, granted, there's really only one way. However, it's been interesting to watch. Yes, one would think find the direct flight, you'll get there first. Not necessarily. That may be an hour or two behind the first flight towards Dubai that makes a stop somewhere. And it's really interesting to watch. And then, of course, when they get to these places, some of the challenges they have to do. And whoa, yeah, that's the part that I won't sign up for. So, anytime here soon. But it's really interesting. And in the beginning days, they did a lot of South America up in the higher elevations of it. Bolivia and Ecuador and so forth. And these racers can be some pretty athletic individuals, but boy, you throw them up at, let's just say they went to El Alto. That's 13,000 feet above sea level, that city. Yeah, you think about exerting yourself at that level. You're going to be out of wind in a heartbeat. A lot of people can attest to it just going from, say, St. Louis, where I am, to Denver. You're only going up 5,000 feet. So, really, it's an interesting show. But that's where I get some of these flights from, especially over here, because I have a hard time trying to find cool places to go. Places, one, that I may never have gone, and two, that I think you would be interested in, like Bali. I would have never gotten. Normally, I go to Jakarta. That was pretty cool, finding Bali. And I actually found it the first time on a controller exam that I went in and helped the controller get his tower rating. So, really introduced me to this down here. Millennium Aviation, who we're flying with today, Mac Air, they do group flights every week. And for a while there, they were hopping about Papua New Guinea. And that's where those flights several months ago with the caravan came from. Out of that. And I knew of a company there that delivered supplies into the people of Papua New Guinea in country. And sorry, we're in hyperspace right now, so bear with us as we cut through a storm here. I wish flight sims could figure out how to do rain like this, because I really don't think it would look like this. Well, we're above 27, so I'll turn a little more lighting off. Kind of save our eyes a little bit there. And we're at warp speed out this window. And you can see we got more coming. Welcome to flying the South Pacific. All right, we've broke out of that one, but we'll be into another one here shortly. I'm not going to take any chance, even though we are in the South Pacific, of icing up here. Go ahead and turn them on. All right, we're cutting through another cell. Hopefully we're getting near the end. We can kind of... Oh, this could be interesting on the other side of this cell. It's what I was kind of thinking, like we had on our flight from Fort Myers to Dallas. We're going to be in between stuff. This is cool. Ah, love it. All right, well, I am going to just kind of sit back, relax like you all are on this Monday and enjoy the music, enjoy the weather outside. Questions, comments, anything of that such? Looks like my phone is going to actually stay on this time and won't miss any uh, any kind of big information coming in. Oh, man. Yeah, that looks really good, Laminar. I mean, could they make it a little better? Yeah. I mean, but for default, so all computers would get to enjoy at least. I mean, this is great, great stuff they've done. And wow. All I can say is just wow. Sorry about that slurp. Love my coffee. All right, folks, we got about 2 hours, 15 minutes to go to Malaysia. And hope you all have enjoyed so far. It was a fun ride out of Bali there for that first 35 minutes or so. Wow, other than all of the hyperspace. I really wish flight sims could figure out something and how to make those raindrops. And for all I know, it just may look like that out the cockpit window. I don't know. I've never been in really bad weather, so I don't know. But let's just kind of cruise along and enjoy the music. And about 2 hours from now, we'll be into our descent into Penang, Malaysia. All right, for those new to the channel here, welcome aboard. Thank you so much for flying with us today here at Flying with Mike. We're currently en route, got about an hour and 50 minutes or so to Penang, Malaysia. It's north of Kuala Lumpur. It's an airport that I flew into a few times with Cathay, and I want to say when I flew with Globe Cargo. We're talking many years ago, back in the early 2000 time frame. Neat little one runway, just like Bali. Airport, even smaller terminal, mainly because they rely on Kuala Lumpur. And that's where we're headed. Currently in whatever this sea is called between Indonesia and Singapore, which is actually on the southern tip of Malaysia. But anyway, wanted to welcome you aboard. Real quick little tidbits about me if you want to know. I am 60 years old. So much of the dirt your feet walks on, yeah, I'm as old as that. No, just kidding. But seriously, been an aviation buff, I don't know for how long, back into my oh goodness, elementary, junior high days. Got a private pilot's license back in the 80s. However, cost of flying with that was beginning its skyrocket that you get to enjoy today, and just couldn't afford to fly anymore. So I'll get with the rest here in about a minute. Let's get out of the break. But again, thank you all for those that are subscribed. We sure appreciate you and aren't seeing or chose the freebie way out of not having ads. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. If you're new, smash that follow button. Love to have you on future flights. The next scheduled will happen flight is Friday. I don't know of anything going on in the household that day. But along the way during the week, there could be a pop-up stream. More likely or not, there won't be a stream. It'll just be a flight for me. But if my body allows from the work I do, by the way, I've only been doing this job for 1 month. What really gets at me. Been streaming for quite some time, but just got re-employed about a month ago, and you can tell it hurts, and just getting through so that I can be ready for the next day is the hardest part. So basically Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday I work, and Saturday. So when those days come around, there's a good chance there may not be a stream. But if, like I said, I'm up to it, we'll put one out. All right, so back to it. Like I said, I've been involved or learning about aviation since way back into my elementary, junior high years. Private pilot in the mid 80s until I couldn't afford to fly anymore. My dream was to fly 747s. Well, we all have great dreams. I just couldn't get there. There's a whole long story with it I'm not going to get into here. But I still have a private pilot's license. I just need to get recurrent, which means a biannual review by a I think it's a flight instructor, not a flight examiner, and get a physical. Got to make sure at 60 years old, the guy ain't going to keel over right after takeoff. So even though it does happen. So that's that part of my history. Now, come to about, I did dabble with the very first versions of Microsoft back in the 80s. Actually, another one. I don't think it was Microsoft, where the runways were outlined by X's and Y's. How about that? Panel of the same. Graphics basically was not a thing yet. And that was graphics back then. It was an interesting flight sim, but then the first generation of what would become the big Microsoft craze into at least 2008 with FSX. I dabbled with that a couple times, you know, as far as you could go with Champaign out of Chicago. I forget how far north, maybe Green Bay at the most, thinking the same distance. I just don't remember that sim much, and I don't think many of us want to. So, but it was, you know, for a Cessna, it was great. Then, as life progressed, I caught up with the Microsoft world in the late 90s. I think 98, but it might have been 2000 when I finally jumped in. Hey, Manny Lozada, Sublogic. Is that what that one with the X and Y's was? Or was that the original Microsoft? So yeah, I joined in there, and roughly 25, 28 years later, I'm here and I'm now flying. That was the original mic. Okay. See, I don't even remember that. I just know my dad had it for something with what he was doing. And I think he was doing it for when he was instructing building time to enter the airlines a few years later. But anyway, so about 25 years later, here we are. We're in X-Plane 12. In 2020, I left Microsoft. And I've actually enjoyed X-Plane. It's been an interesting learning curve. Because always when you switch sims, there's a learning curve. Different keys for, you know, the stuff that was ingrained in you, you could do with your, you know, eyes closed and sleeping. You can't do when you switch sims. You gotta methodically reteach yourself. But overall, the flight dynamics and all in X-Plane have just blown me away. Brought me back to when I flew. I can remember how flight was, and wow, I hate to say it, I felt gypped with FSX and Century of Flight in 2002. I'm not one that overly looks outside the plane. I'm looking in the plane. So what I fly by, I don't really see much of. So it doesn't bother me. What I see here weather-wise is getting so much better with each update in X-Plane 12. But the actual way the aircraft interacts with the airspace is just, it's the best I've ever seen. And that's why I stay with X-Plane. Have not dabbled in those two over there, and after watching some hair-raising, eye-opening, going, there is no way you're going to get me to pay that much for that just because it says MS. No. It's kind of like, you know, going out and you buy a Cadillac. All you're buying is a name. And that's what, you know, I always blew me away with people. You're buying a name. Truck driving, when I drove trucks. Peterbilt and Kenworth were the big trucks to have. Yeah, they also were the big bucks to buy. So, because of an emblem. And there's no difference between a Cadillac and any other GM car, nor Peterbilt and a Kenworth. I know you, Peter. You guys that drive the cars built by Peter are gonna hurt me, but you know what? There is no difference between a freight shaker and it. So get over yourselves. You're just paying a lot of extra money for that little decal. And then I ran into a driver. I love this guy. Was it international or Freightliner? Can't remember. The company would not let you join unless it said Peterbilt or Kenworth on the hood. He bought the emblem, mounted it on his hood, and they took him. And he's got such a less payment on a truck than the other guys. I died laughing when I saw his truck and went, why the heck would you do that to that Freightliner? And he goes, that's how I got on this company. It's a really good company. I just started laughing. He did too. He said, this is hilarious. But, you know, it's the names to some people. Oh, Manny's back. Agree 100%. I've tried Microsoft Flight Sim several times. Always coming back to X-Plane and talking about the scenery. Microsoft has my neighbor under construction. That was oh, that was in 2013. Awesome. That means my house would not be there. Oh, I remember that craze when it came out. Gotta go see our houses. Yeah, but you can't land. Well, you will, because you just will. But oh my. But yeah. Anyway, back on track. We're flying, not driving trucks. Oh, Lord have mercy. That story, oh my gosh, I can still remember seeing that truck. I just dying laughing at the story behind it. Oh man. It's not the first of many. So, but yeah, that I stick with X-Plane. I can't. I watch a couple of the streams that are done by really big streamers out there who, opposite of me, where I will not fly over there in that world, they won't fly an X-Plane. There's still something about it. It does not look what you guys claim. And I could really get into it, but I'm not going to. That's not what we're here for. If you enjoy Microsoft Flight Sim, whichever one you got, and it gives you the fun, you get out there, you have fun. Hey, great, power to you. Just don't, as some out there love to do, knock those that have found X-Plane to be better and won't go over there. It's just, I try to be respectful when I tell them I'm not coming over. I'm not bought by the smoke and mirrors and the hefty price tag. But, understand it's to each their own. I have chosen that X-Plane, I truly feel better than the others. It's better than anything I've ever flown in the past. Well, maybe on par with a century of flight. I mean, FSX, I actually got it going pretty good. But yes, it was 32-bit. Yeah, I've heard that argument before, but once you had a system running, FSX was a pretty good system. But you had to get a system that could take it and push it. And it took me a while. And then it ran out of memory and forced me over to X-Plane. And I'll tell you, it's been a great ride. And I'll even tell you, even a better ride in X-Plane 12. I came over in X-Plane 11 and enjoyed it. Boy, that Zebo is just amazing. I still think better than PMDG. Now, there's some little nicks and crannies of PMDG that's better. Overall, though, Zibo blows it out of the water. And to add the insult to injury, it's free. And that part really blows a mind. That quality of an add-on aircraft could be free. The level ups are getting there. They're not like they were, from what I understand, in X-Plane 11. They've still got some work to do, but they're still dynamite. So they have, what X-Plane offers is why I'm here. Just so many things you don't have to pay for. Oh yeah, this aircraft you pay for, and the aircraft we flew yesterday, the 747, 200 or -8, whichever one you want. But the -400 that everyone loved, FSX and Century of Flight, there's a free out of this world version free here in X-Plane. So man, that better pushback module, just unreal what you can do. Last night I gave you a little taste of what's possible with it, and even though I don't think that's how they would have pushed me back in Frankfurt, but it very well could have been. I don't know. So anyway, we're in X-Plane 12. This is 2.0. And it's beta 5, the latest beta that came out last Friday. And the clouds are just ever so slightly getting better with each update that comes out. They're just tweaking here and there. There's some stuff I would really like to see them do, but I really don't know how you parse that from the weather downloads they get and then put that out on the screen. How that all goes through and all that part. But if they could, boy. But the thunderstorms we've flown in, oh Lord, they are like night and day between X-Plane 12.1.14, I think we ended at 1.5, whatever it was. Between just that and 2.0 is just like, whoa, the sun came up night and day. So great job. Looking forward to this radar update whenever that's slated to release, that they teased us with a couple months ago. So I hope that got us a little closer. Yeah, we're about an hour and a half out of Penang, out over the water. And we'll just kind of cruise along here. So yeah, we're in this, they call it is it Java Sea? Java Sea. And we'll be heading up to Malaysia and into Penang. As we said at the outset and start of this stream, if you're one that likes to fly with traffic, but you're really not into ATC from VATSIM, yeah, no, it's kind of a dichotomy there. I get it. Why would you be on VATSIM if you don't want to talk? Well, some people don't, and some people just get irritated with the way some of the controllers are, at least in the US. I know of some in Europe too that kind of get under my skin, but just grin and bear it. You'll be out of their territory quick enough, hopefully. This area for the US is a great time to fly right now, because it's they're waking up, going to work time. Or I think maybe some of these countries may actually be lunchtime. But anyway, So give it about another 6 hours and this place will, 7, 8 hours. And it'll start hopping like Europe and the US does. Kind of think where their primetime TV time would be, you know, the 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock time slots in their time zones. So you kind of figure the same here. So you got time where you probably won't deal with a controller. I'm not flying this flight for that reason. I'll talk with them. Like I said, they may get under my skin, but just do your best. Enjoy it. That's all you can do. Because in the real world, you have to talk to them with your instrument. So if you're VFR, you may get lucky unless you're in some class B or C. Or A, if you're in A, you will be talking to them. B or C, you may or may not, along with D. So it won't be for very long. And if you make a mistake, as Patch Edwards said last night on air, or I don't think we were off air at this point, he goes, it's a flight sim. If I screw up, I screw up. Pretty well sums it up, folks. So you screw up, you screw up. You didn't hurt anybody, except your pride if you are that tied to it. I'm up here to have fun and hope you all have fun and just cruise along for about a 3-hour cruise. Would I have loved to have flown to Dubai? Yes. It's just a very long stream. And that's where I begin to think about cookie cuttering it. And about 3-hour bites is about as much as I like to stream. Now, if I'm going to fly a flight, like say across the pond, that's a little different. But I don't fly across the pond really right now, one reason. Too many disconnects. Because there's just so many pilots and controllers that you're going to get disconnected, reconnect, disconnect, reconnect. It's a vicious cycle. And not necessarily because of frame rates, because just so much traffic. And that just puts me off. And it just gets ridiculous. And I'm not knocking VATSIM. I don't think there's computers big enough to handle what happens that 2 days of the year. So let's just sit back, relax. Right up ahead, about 35-ish miles or so, you see on the nav display ETP. What that means is equal time point. So as a pilot, you would go, it's the same amount of distance to head back to Bali as it is to continue on to your destination. Now, not to say, and that bad pilot in me forgot to do this, there's no airports within this range either. So right now, continuing on would be a good option because you're going to eventually have Hong Kong and Kuala ahead of you. So sit back, relax, enjoy. That's what we're here for. Mainly unwind from those of you that are just now getting home, eating, unwinding from whatever days you had, because trust me, that's what happens to me Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I try to unwind and Motrin my body up for the next day. I'm on my hands and knees a lot. It hurts. And 60-year-old out of shape. Hey, you name everything and I probably fit the bill. So, it hurts, and we'll get, I'm not trying to complain or anything. I'm just truthful in that cleaning floors is not an easy job. Knew it going in, didn't realize just how hard it was going to be going in. But it is what it is, and it's helping to pay bills, and hopefully we can find something else along the way. Or retire at this. I don't know. I don't know. So, all right, so let's just cruise along as we pass the equal time point. Hour and 20 minutes to go to Penang, Malaysia.
Dive, dive. Dive, dive.
All right, folks. Well, welcome in again to Flying with Mike. We've been just hanging out, watching the chat room, doing a couple things behind the scenes, trying to figure out why certain things weren't doing what certain things were supposed to do, and we may have a good patch in place. We'll see. But welcome in. We're about 3/4 of the way through from Bali, Indonesia, up here to Malaysia, Penang to be exact, a Whiskey Mike Kilo Pop. Weather looking still pretty nice for this day. Not seeing any big storms or anything, although this island we're going to start seeing, if we don't see it already. Well, no, we're not. Anyway, there's a big, long island-like part of Indonesia off to our left. We're going to kind of fly up just on the eastern coast here of Malaysia to our top of descent. And anyway, there's some showers out in the Indian Ocean that way. So we'll see how that interacts with us. Right now, we're looking at about 48 minutes into Penang. And again, the weather is just looking marvelous, simply marvelous. Oh, I thought I kicked that. Doggone it. That's what I always get for thinking. Oh, Lord have mercy. All right, well, hang on. I don't know if I have this. Let's see. Oh, I do. Okay. Oh, I love it. All right. If you could just see, when I put this in, the aircraft actually comes up as a real plane. This A330-900 Neo for Pan Am. Pan Am did not have, and Neos weren't even around in the early 90s when Pan Am ceased. Now, granted, there have been several regenerations of different types of Pan Am operations, but I know there's one about to release with 57s or something like that. May have already, possibly could have Airbuses. Who knows? But the original did not have them. They did have A300s and A310s. So, which unfortunately we no longer have a company that is nice enough to make those payware aircraft available like they did in X-Plane 11. Actually, I don't even know if you can get them anymore in X-Plane 11, to be totally honest. They jumped and went to the other sim. So, whatever. You know, hey, it's their business, their livelihoods or their extra monies, whatever it is to them. And, hey, I'm not going to sit here and say, you're such a bad company for doing that. So, all right, so we're coming out of the Sea of Java on the Pacific side, getting ready to go through the Sea of Malacca, Malaysia, Malacca, and kind of like I said, hang into the eastern or western coast of Malaysia. Once we get to Kuala Lumpur, we'll probably be looking for our top of descent. So, yeah, it's been a really good flight this so far. Really great bunch of people, and thank you. It really helps on these days off as I continued each day off to recuperate, trying to be ready for my Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and this Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is going to be brutal, but hey, those are going to happen, and I'm just trying to keep spirits up because it is going to be a little bit on the rough side. hopefully I can meet the deadline on one thing for the company and turn my attentions over to the other one and get those as, cleaned up as best I can. So, all right. So I hope y'all have had a great weekend. Hey, mothers out there, and we're not going any further with that, just mothers, right? Ladies, I hope you had a great Mother's Day. And if you haven't heard it yet, hey, happy Mother's Day. Shame on those men in your life or kids that just missed it. But happy Mother's Day. And if you need someone to shame them in your life, hey, send them my way. I'm pretty good at that. Oh, but yeah, we're having a great day. We had Patch Edwards gift a sub over to Mustafa earlier. And we've got some great people in the chat areas. What a great day. Praise the Lord. So, all right. So it looks like we're getting into some cloudiness up ahead here as we get closer to Singapore. BTK is, I believe, and I'm going to verify, just north of Singapore. It's one of the fixes that sets you up into Singapore or out of Singapore. So yeah, we're coming into the Singapore airspace. So, and those of you that like to fly and have people around, so you feel like it's a little more realistic. I don't care what sim you're on, but you don't necessarily want to talk to controllers because you just either don't know how to, or you would prefer to rather listen than interact. Hey, got it. I've been doing this for, like I said, over 25 years, plus a lot of years in working airports and in aviation itself. I actually have a private pilot's license. So talking with them, while sometimes gets on my nerves and under my skin, well, I guess that would be on my nerves. That's under my skin. But now is, if you want to, in the U.S., this is a good time to fly over here in the Far East. Controllers are hard to find. Now, I can't speak for Hong Kong. That one's, just kind of like London and Frankfurt. It's a busy, busy place. So controllers do kind of watch to come up and help. But Singapore, every now and then one will pop up. But you really are good. Now, if you start off at, say, 6 a.m. to noon Central Daylight Time here in the U.S., you could run into some, what you would think you'd find in the world during their prime time. Right now, they're kind of waking up, getting to work, doing what they do best out here. So, other than that, this is just a great flight. And we're doing this. There is a TV show here in the U.S. that I really like, The Amazing Race. Now, we're not flying it with them. We're flying the legs they did. So by that I mean, we're going now from Bali. Ultimate is Dubai. That'll be a couple more flights down the road. We're not doing a 2,800 mile flight. I think it's 28 to 3,000, something like that from Bali. They even broke it up either in Singapore or Kuala, maybe even in, I don't remember if one of the teams went through India. But anyway, that all aside, we're just kind of tracing the race as they did it. So we made it to Bali. Now, granted, they're already 5 legs ahead of us, I think. So we're not trying to keep up with them. We're using them to try to give us ideas for flights. And we're doing it in about 1,000 to 1,200 mile bites. So that's why we're doing it. From here, we're going to come into Penang. From here, I forget the name of the airport. I don't think it's Mumbai on the east coast of VOML, whatever that is. Then we are going into Mumbai and then into Dubai. So again, trying to keep it at about 1,200 miles, 3-hour flights, a little better to handle for folks, watching sims. And then we're on to the next leg. So Dubai is our target. It's just a great show, and that's why I thought, hey, they really give me some great ideas, because they have to go into international airports at some point, and then either get a train or a barge or a boat or whatever to get to where they need to be. So that's where the idea is for these routes. I have other routes that we've been doing. I don't have them pulled up. We're kind of deciding whether to continue life as a military brat, because technically we ended it. I'm no longer associated being a military brat at Dayton, Ohio. My folks would go on to McGuire. I stayed. So that, now I could pick up where I went, the basic and all of that when I joined the military. That kind of gets out of the realm of it. So I don't know where that'll go, if it's not, or it could be done. But we try to pick up on some of these to help with trying to get ideas for flights. And so that's where the Amazing Race comes in. So sad it's almost over. So sad. But we'll still be flying legs long after this season's over. So it's just been amazing. If you ever get and I do know, where was it? Hulu? I think it was Hulu. We actually watched all the seasons. It was actually the very first season, as you could imagine, of any show. That was pretty interesting. Kind of like to see that unfold another time, but I get it. Progress. I get it. Although they went back on a few things that they haven't been doing. It's been an interesting season, so I'm not here to promote it. I wouldn't give it justice like they do, so I'm just having fun flying along kind of where they went leg-wise. So we got, after this flight touches down in Penang, we got 3 more legs to do to get us to the actual where they did the show in Dubai for a couple weeks, and then off to the next destination, which I've already got written down. So that's where we're going with this, and I hope y'all enjoy. We are right now overhead Singapore, pushing into Malaysia. I don't think out the wing we'll see. Oh yeah, you can kind of see the land on the other side of that sea. Malacca, I think is how you pronounce. I don't know. I suck at pronouncing, so I start many international disputes by the way I pronounce things. So. All right, we're about 35 minutes out of Penang. get the music here quieted down and get ready to start getting the plane set up for top of descent. Now, how did I do that? Oh, I know how. Okay. I'm like, how did I do that one? I thought we were looking this way. Oh, the way this thing bounces around, I don't get it. So that's okay. Not sometimes meant to understand. But again, welcome in. Thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. I'm glad to have you aboard. Been flying the flight sim since about 1999-ish, for about 25 years or so. I've gone through either starting with 98 or 2000 Microsoft, worked through those up till FSX. I did not go to prepared like many did. What I was seeing, what I was hearing from good friends of mine, it just wasn't there. So come 2020, when I got a new computer, I had X-Plane put on it, and it pretty much put Microsoft in the mirrors and leaving it behind. What I saw on videos of Microsoft today, I'm glad I did. I'm still not sold on it. Not for the price tag. Let's put it that way. Boy. Oh. Anyway, so we've enjoyed X-Plane 11 and now each of the different betas and release clients of X-Plane 12. Just been a phenomenal ride. And streaming started in about 2020, October-ish. And I didn't know how that would go. And I'll be totally honest. We're what, 5 years almost later, or 4.5 years later? I still don't know how it's going to go. Um, it's fun to get on to chat with y'all, hear your points, and so talk about aviation and all. I still, it's still, I'm still kind of on the fence. So about how streaming and all with both YouTube and X or Twitch. So now, granted, boy, English is really sucking on me today. YouTube is just basically uplifting the videos that come off this stream, the live stream. So we're not live streaming YouTube yet, and there's reasons for that I'm just not comfortable yet with YouTube enough. So, be honest, I'm not comfortable with Twitch, but it seems more manageable. So there's a little bit about me. So y'all enjoy. I am going to begin looking into how far out to top of descent. Looks like about 135 miles if it's planned right. And I'm checking right now. Okay, so 9,000 by Cambu. So that's 29,000 or 29, I believe. All right, so about, we'll call it 100 miles. Okay, yeah, Yeah, I think that'll work out. 100 miles off of Kambu, 21. Yeah, I think their top descent will work out just pretty decently. All right, and when we get in here a little, maybe, there it goes. We get about 60 or so miles in, we'll start filling out the next page. In the meantime, let's get over here. All right, 1900 Zulu. Let's go to landing. 1900 Zulu. So there's our METAR. 020 at 3. Hence, we can land 22. Just a tailwind landing, but really negligible. Varying from 340 to 60. And got a few clouds to deal with here and there at 2,500 feet. Nothing significant, so pretty decent run in. So we don't have to change much over here. $11,000. All right, and goal will be Bravo, worst case Alpha. Okay, got it. Let's see where low brakes put us. Let's go with that. If we can hit the runway at the right spot, we'll be in a good position. However, approach speed will be 141. We're looking at least 5,700 feet required to land on. Predicted distance 7,400. So basically what that's adding is your 1,000 foot in here, or 1,500 foot, depending how they set their landing pad, your aiming point up to getting here. And that'll leave us 3,600 feet, which is perfect. So nice day out here. I'm going to bring the charts up real quick. I know some people out there like seeing them. Okay, so here's where we are. Singapore's back here, Kuala Lumpur around here, and we'll be probably top of descent right about VKL, or maybe east or north of it a little. All right, so we're going to fly the Gorvu 1 Fox arrival, Gorvu at 9,000 or higher, Gambu, that's where I'm aiming to be at 9,000. And then Limpnu at 7,000, Nutso at 3,500. This is an RNAV approach, so we'll see how this goes. Right now, just so I don't screw it up, like thanks to the YouTube person who told me why I'm not seeing RNAV. He told me turn off LS. We're going to find out. Hey, you're RNAV, so at least the good thing is, so long as we've got the dot up here, it's going to track whatever the line is in the system. We may have to fly, we'll take the flying part. So, like I said, Kuala Lumpur is VKL. All right, so then from Nutso over to Igben, our initial fix for runway 22. RNIP approach, so 3,500 to 2,500 at Igben. KP601's our final approach fix, 2,500 feet. And we'll start our descent. Minimums today, 810 feet. We'll keep that in mind as we get closer. Matter of fact, we're just about where we could start plugging this in. And again, you've seen the route. Here's the vertical look at it. And since we're coming in around 140, as long as we maintain about 700 feet a minute, we'll be on that 2.8 glide path. That's what they suggest here. PAPIs both sides. We got a high approach lighting system. And again, I've said already, 810 feet will be our minimum. 32, oh, wait a minute, wrong type aircraft. We are 4,280 meters required visibility. And that's our approach once we're on the ground. Hoping to get off here at Bravo, worst case Alpha taxi to the terminal. Pretty simple, straightforward, hopefully. And currently planning to fly on low for the auto brakes, but we'll see how that works out. As I mentioned, let's get over here and run our performance for landing. Again, let's just reset to make sure. Okay, here's our numbers. We've computed. Should have done this to start with, sorry. Okay, so let's go next phase, QNH. $10.07. $28 on the temperature. 020 diagonal tree. $810 radio. Okay. Going into Barrow, which would have been the bold 820. We're only about 10 feet above sea level, so it's not like it's, you know, why we couldn't put 810 in, I don't know. All right, so there we have it. Programmed and ready. Let's dial down. Go back to perf. 60 miles out. And I'm not seeing it here. Oh, there's top of descent up there. Okay. All right, so again, hope you enjoyed the flight. Hope a little bit we enjoy the ToLiss A330, any of the ToLiss products. I don't have the A340. But I enjoy the 319, 320 Neo, 321 CO, and Neo. Cool thing now we have an ability, if you're with a Virtual American, they got a neat little setup where um, you can get the gate number in flight that is recommended. Kind of cool. Now it's a little, I think, a little different than the way they promote it in their documentation, but it worked, and we saw it on the Dallas flight Friday. Basically, you put in for it on the ground at your destination. We'll do another flight here soon. Matter of fact, I think we have one planned Friday. Um, and we'll show how it works. And at about, they say about 280, it was around 200 down here on your ECAM. This side, you'll see company message. And lo and behold, we went to it and I was like, I'll be doggone. There's our gate and recommendation of air, APU, or what to be running. So pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Now, if we can just get, when Zebo is able to do those things, boy, it's going to be really cool. So, all right, it is checklist time. All right, descent preparations. We have no ATIS, but we did get our METAR. Performance is set, decision altitude set, star set, landing elevation is auto. You can see it right here. And top of descent. Now, 30 miles out, we'll go ahead and set it. Nice thing here, you have the 100 and hang on. You have the thousands and the hundreds, so you can move this either by hundreds or by thousand. So it really comes in handy dropping it down like that. Now, anytime from this point on, we could start our top of descent. I'm going to go ahead, set us to low. And I'll turn the brake fan on as we turn final. All right, looks like a thunderstorm up there about 12 o'clock to us. Several. So this could get, we'll see how this gets. Not showing on radar, but they may be to the east of us or west. Oh, wow. I was just reading something X-Plane put out. Wow. Interesting. All right, get back to flying. Sorry, folks. All right, let's get into the top to descent. Okay, dots on. There we go. Starting our descent into Penang. Okay, we are in our descent for Penang. Got some great weather out ahead of the plane. Beyond the scope that we're, well, we could. Let's try it. Let's find out. Nope. Oh, a little bit to the east of the airfield, we got some spotty thunderstorms. All right, welcome in. We got some more thunderstorms starting to pop in front of us here. We got one on radar, going to be just west of our track as we descend. Let's see how, went the wrong way. Let's pop over here. Okay, we're looking pretty good on terrain radar. Okay. As we descend through the layer here. I think our 1-year-old granddaughter, I like to call first officer, is awake. Pretty good nap if by my calculation. There she is.
Just woke up. I kind of woke her up. It's been like 3 hours. So we're gonna go over to Betty Ann's.
Oh, are you? Are you gonna go to Betty Ann's? Ooh, more treasures. You feel wet. Are you hot?
Yeah, she wasn't sweating because I thought the same thing when I got her up. Because her diaper wasn't wet, but I think she was sweating. But It's just weird because it's kind of cold out downstairs. Hopefully she's not catching something. Because that was like a 3-hour nap.
Good job, kiddo.
Doggy's gonna get mad, but
Yeah, I know. All right. So nice visit from the 1-year-old granddaughter as they get ready to walk over to a grocery store. Getting back to the flight, there's all right, I'm back with you. Sorry about that. Yeah, we went to the zoo yesterday and the stroller's still in the car. Okay, so our star starts with this one, 9,000. Looks like pretty close. And that cell getting ever so close. We'll see how this works out. This ought to be a fun arrival. Thanks again for joining. Hey, if you're new, haven't ever seen, but you like what you see, hey, smash that follow button. Love to have you aboard. If you're watching us over with the replay on YouTube, smash that subscribe and thumbs up. We'd love to have new people come in. We've seemed like we kind of plateaued a little, so would love to see more activity over on YouTube. But we'll take, we're just glad you're here, to be totally honest. So thank you so much. And we should be on the ground in about 10 minutes. So let's all right. I'll go ahead and get mine in. Let's see. There we go. So we are coming in to Penang in Malaysia. All right, and just to let you know, the next step in this trip to Dubai will be Penang to VOMM. My bad, I thought it was VOML. And then over to, I believe, Mumbai. Whatever, I forgot the name of that. We'll worry more about that on the ground. Let's get up here, get these people in their seats. Okay. Very cool weather. Okay, 13,000. Okay. Again, above 9,000 here. And let's get constraints on. And above 9,000 at Kapnu, and that's where we're hoping to be at 9,000. We're doing pretty good. I think we'll make it. Matter of fact, we'll probably go to transition level at Corvu. So we'll be set to the local barometric pressure probably around that point. 13,000 is what we're looking for. All right, any big changes in the weather? 25 minutes ago, 0403, 9,000 meters, nothing significant. Okay, cool. Not really sure why they seem to prefer this way. To me, it would seem better to come in the other way. But who am I? So my guess, probably wrong. Up in here would be the airport. Okay. Oh, it looks like a thunderstorm north and west of the field, too. It's like a pretty good cell, too, out that way. Wow, that must be it right there. All right, so that big monster is gonna hang behind us a little. All right, so now we're 250 over to Nutso, and then I'm gonna slow us to about 210, maybe even slower to bring us around for the approach. Actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and set it for 2500. It's going to control it all the way down, and then we'll see how this shows up. Okay, back to the checklist. All right, constraints on. Auto brake, briefing, descent, we've been monitoring. Landing lights, wing lights, everything set, locked, and we're ready for approach. There's the airport right there. By the way, what I was reading, if you go to the X-Plane Discord, official Discord, in their server feed, I think it was, you'll see the why of what they're doing with the betas, and, so forth. I'll bring it up real quick. The title was anyway, just a bunch of questions like, are you aware of beta 5 issues? That's what we're here for, us X-Plane users. And they got about half a dozen or so questions. Really, really a nice post. You can also find it over at Flying with Mike's Discord channel under General. So I want to get into that a little deeper once we make this, get on the ground here and call this flight what it is: a great flight, great stream, and just all in all, just a fun time. Drop to 20. Now, I know 250 below 10,000 feet. I do 245. In the flight sim, you'll see a variance. Some even recommend 240 to keep it under 250, because some of the ACARS systems out there or airlines will gig you if you stay above 250 too long. So by doing 240, while yes, ATC may throw a tissy fit at you like they did in real life, no, they didn't really throw a tissy fit, but they had a good discussion on channel, on the real ATC channels, about 250 knots and what the speeds really were. It was pretty, actually, it was informative, but it was kind of eek. All right, let's go ahead. start slowing to 200. All right, here we go. Okay, I had to turn LS on. Okay, let's arm up those spoilers. Okay, so far so good. We're actually locked up on the RNAV. It's just so hit or miss. And maybe I forgot to hit the LS button. I don't know. Those flights were far and few between, and all right, Penang traffic Clipper 1339 heavy. Final approach fix for runway 22. We're supposed to be out of the clouds. Yeah. Oh, wait, it's close enough. We broke out at about 2,200 feet, got the airport in sight. I don't think we have any more clouds, but we'll stay with the autopilot a little longer. And we're getting ready to go over a bridge. Interesting. Flaps full, all set, gear down, tree green, runway in sight. It's mine to mess up. Okay, I can see those big white pads. Penang traffic, 3-mile final, Clipper 1330-922. Kind of curious how far we floated. Welcome to Penang. Penang traffic, Clipper 1339 heavy, clear 22. Ooh, I gotta close my window. It's been raining. All right, we're here. Okay, quick shutdown here. Okay, pro heats are off. Okay, spoilers chrono. That was a 3-hour, 10-minute flight, folks, and I hope you enjoyed it. We didn't get the radars off. Doggone it. Okay, there we go. We are now in the gate. Let's get some chalks in here. Jetway. All right, welcome in. We'll see how we did here momentarily as we await the brigade. Oh, we got somebody important. The limos here. Here they come. All right, Azul. Ooh. Oh, let's see. Unload that and edit, delete. Good. All right, let's take a look at this. See how we did with our airline. Of course, I don't get that the easy way. "297 feet a minute." Smart Cars got us at. Not bad. Okay, here comes the other. The gate, the door is open, and The racers are, well, it's going to sit till we go on to the next leg. Anyway, welcome in. I love coming in. Penang has been a place I haven't been to. Cargo parks over there, and I guess you couldn't figure out passenger over here. It's awful nasty off departure end there. Might be better to go the other way for departure. All right, so let's take a look at a couple things here. Elevatech. You can see some of what's lining up out there in that sea of Malaysia, Malakaya, whatever. Anyway, so here's our flight. "295 feet a minute at 143. That looks pretty cool. Although it's an A300, I think. But it's pretty cool nonetheless. All right, now let's get over to Sim Toolkit. This one's hopefully going to give us some information. Hang on. Oh my goodness. Sorry, folks. I think I was muted there. Sorry. Anyway, we had a pretty good flight. So let's get up here. Just because of what happened with the MD-80 or MD-11, we're going to go ahead button her up. Welcome to the 150-pound, I think I'm a mean dog. Okay, with everything away now, let's give it a try. Up, and I forgot to disconnect from. I forgot to disconnect. Well, it automatically will. Uh-oh. That's a good starting point. Let's kind of, first off, take in the sights, but now let's get more into where we touched down. Now, according to this runway, we were not in the landing zone, but in the real world, we were. It's not bad, tracking pretty much right down the center line. Okay, that wasn't too bad. We'll do one more look at this. All right, well, folks, that was a pretty doggone good flight. I had fun. I hope you did. We had great weather en route. We had a relatively good landing and just a fun 3-hour flight. As the plane comes in, we're going to go ahead and head on out of here. Thank you again. Thank you, Patch Edwards, for the gift sub over to Mustafa. Want to thank everyone for being aboard here. We had Manny Luzada and a few others. So thank you so much. We had a good crowd today. Y'all have a great day. We'll definitely see you on Friday. And who knows, maybe sometime during the week if my body will be up for it. Thanks, Manny. We sure appreciate the great landing call. And y'all have a great rest of your Monday, and may the rest of your week be blessed. God bless you all. We'll see you for sure on Friday. And before we head out, a quick shout out to Homie 3007-26-276 for the follow. Again, thanks Patch Edwards for the gift sub over to Mustafa, and for Mustafa stopping by. We appreciate y'all, Manny Lozada, and everyone. Thank you so much. Have a great night. We'll see you Friday.